Hello? Okay. So right now, I really don't know what to do. And I'm low-key thinking playing this level. I'm still gonna go for ultimate phase. But this level is fun. I like this level. It's pretty fun. I never actually had. Ultimate phase, you know, not so fun. But this level. Oh shit! Oh, I didn't even know I made that. Okay. Alright. Woo! Oh my god! Progress. Honestly, bro. I think our goal is to make it to 20%. If we think, cause I thought my goal was gonna. Oh my god. I like this level. It's like, it actually feels like you're getting somewhere. Oh! Okay. Honestly, bro, we could definitely do more. 25. 25 is my best. Oh my god. Yeah, 25 seems good. Oh, right there, you need to. Oh, okay. Just gotta hold for like not even half a second. You know? Because right now, I've been playing off a little bit of this, and I got 48 to like almost this 60, which is pretty good progress. I got 60 to 65. Okay, let's try to get 12. Come on, bro, we can get 17. Okay. Oh! It's gonna be, and like I bet on stream 3 we'll be doing this a little bit consistently, and we're able to like get somewhere far. Fuck, man! I thought I had it. Wait, 17 right? Oh no, 21. Okay. So we only need to get 10%. No! Oh my god, that's actually good progress right there. Start from 0. And we should start at the drop soon. I'm gonna try to get 12 or 11. No, that jump looks scary because like what happens to, like the spike up top of there. Alright, bro. Come on, let's get some one run. Let's get like if we get 3. Let's okay. I'm gonna set a goal. 3 runs past that little mine block right there. And if we can, we got our best is trying to get. Because right now, I think mine is basically 9. I haven't even did a practice run yet. There's already 1 gone. I mean, just forget to think. Fuck, man, I thought I hit it. No! Come on, bro. Let's use the up arrow. Maybe the up arrow is more accurate. That's what I mean, bro. Come on, bro. We can get 11. I wish there would be a start position where, you know, where 8% is. Like right here. But sadly, you can't. What did I do? What did I do right there? No, just a little higher. Honestly, bro, if we start getting good progress on Shardscapes, we should definitely see how hard this is. No! It's so close. Honestly, bro, if that was a slope, bro, I would probably be passing so long. But like, that's not even. I'm pretty sure there's not even a single slope in this goddamn level. I click. Oh no! 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 Oh my god, man! I literally think I'm gonna hit it, but you know I don't. Bro, I have to like use 2 fingers from the keyboard. That feels like I have more fingers. Alright, one more run pass. that choke point right there, and press that choke point, and bro, I need the time that I start last year is the time I need to take a shit. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, what I want to do. Okay, let's do 30. Okay, no, we're gonna do 40. Right there, that's hard. Right there. So honestly, man, if I hit this drop, I'm probably gonna get 44. I'm trying to connect 40. I'm supposed to use it's kind of in a weird position. Oh my god, I need to take shit. Oh my god, that felt real good. Bro, honestly, bro, when I'm done this level, my skill set, my robot's gonna be my best vehicle. I tried doing blade adjustments. I tried doing blade adjustments, and I haven't even got a run to 100. I think my best run to 100 was like past the swing copter to almost 100. I tried doing the swing copter and I got like probably halfway there. The UFO is fucking stupid though. The other parts, but they're like half of it. The duel, one duel is so stupid. I can't get bro, why can I not get a run? I can't even get a run past 60. I know what to do there. Okay, wait. Bro, messing me up. No! I always think to go down there. No! got 62, right? I haven't even did a... No! No! What am I doing? I thought you were supposed to click, but no, you drop. Fuck, man. Oh my god! Oh my god, man. No, it happened again. Gotta stay smart. No! 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 How do I overfling it, man? Is there anyone in chat? Oh, fuck me. Shoot. I think I spelled YouTube right. Oh, fuck me. You know, we gotta connect 64 to 100. I mean, no, 64 to 100. 64 to 65. Oh no, 60 to 65, right? Wait, I never did 66. Yo! Also, I got a good idea. Okay, wait. Oh my god, wait, that could be possible. Yeah, that's possible. No. We had, oh my god, bro. Okay, that's like 60, 70, 69, 60, 70, somewhere. This is where the real hard part goes. I feel like when I go further, it should be more accurate. Honestly, man, I still don't know how I still haven't gotten this. 69. Alright, let's just... Holy fuck! So it is possible to get 48 to 66. Well, this whole level is possible, but it's probably possible for me. Oh my god, how do I sell that? I gotta actually take the biggest shit in my life. It's unbelievable. I actually need to take the biggest shit ever. Okay, wait, let me get it running. And then take a big shit. Jesus Christ. I wanna get a run from... man. Thought I had it. But you know what? It's getting somewhat consistent, though. Okay, let me work on that part. Oh, I just shot myself. Oh. Yeah, let's try to get some 50 to 66. So we start doing it. Fuck! Oh no! 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 Because 54 to 66 is possible. And I'm somewhat getting consistent at 48. You know. I'm not even gonna say anything. What did I even do there? Dude, why can I not get burns? No, that's actually the first one for 54. So, you know, that's kind of a bigger one. Okay, honestly, bro, I feel pretty good now. I want to get the first 20%. Then it's gonna be run through this. No! That's actually a good run. Bro, I honestly got some like crazy runs. That's almost a connector run. I get so close. Come on, bro. And when I get to 48, bro, I better not miss that fucking first jump, man. I actually might get a run. I want to actually get a run for. I can't just get 40 and then 48. You know? Fuck, man, I keep shooting myself. Let's go past 66. Let's see what's over here. Wait. rarest parts from the level. Okay, my arm's starting to hurt. I'm gonna take a shit. Oh shit, I can see my chat. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, chat. Okay, it's gone. Alright guys, I'll be right back. I did it! Yo, I'm never getting that far.
What's a bit of shit, a spinner mouse just like that. Most of the time I use my fingers to nice clean one. If you guys can do this, do it in this video and let me see what you do. Once again, I'm showing the spinner mouse just like that. Most of the time I use my fingers to flick it into a 360. However, you can use your arm for a nice clean one. Just like that. Most of the time I use my fingers to flick it into a 360. However, you can use your arm. If you guys can do this, let me see what you got. Yo, what's up guys? I'm showing this video. Most of the time I use my fingers to flick it into a 360. For a nice clean one. Yo, what's up guys? I'm showing this.
Bro, I just need 2 more percent. Oh my god, no. No! 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 No!
Spin your mouse and just. Yo, what's up guys? I'm gonna show you how to spin your mouse just like me. Most of the time I just use my fingers to flick it into a 360. However, you can use your whole arm for a nice clean one. If you guys can do this, duet with this video and let me see what you got. Yo, what's up guys? I'm gonna show you how to spin your mouse just like me. Most of the time I just use my fingers to flick it into a 360. However, you can use your whole arm for a nice clean one. If you guys can do this, duet with this video and let me see what you got. Yo, what's up guys? I'm gonna show you how to spin your mouse just like me. Most of the time I just use my fingers to flick it into a 360. However, you can use your whole arm for a nice clean one. If you guys can do this, duet with this video and let me see what you got. Yo, what's up guys? I'm going to show you how to spin your mouse just like me. Most of the time I just use my fingers to flick it into a 360. However, you can use your whole arm for a nice clean one. If you guys can do this, duet with this video and let me see what you got. Yo, what's up guys? I'm going to show you how to spin your mouse just like me. Most of the time I just use my fingers to flick it into a... Okay, nice. I get into a game after like 30 minutes.
I like watching videos of black men.
No way, man! I fucked that up so bad! No! 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 Fuck! It did it again! No! No! Oh my god! How do I fumble twice? Oh my god. My shit felt... I took a shit, so... My shit felt pretty good. I honestly, I'm just stupid right now. No! I thought that was actually good! I think the best I got was 17 here. What am I doing right now? No! No! Ah! You know, you can make progress like that. You know, I'm slowly getting a bit better at the game. That's such a choke point, bro. It's such a mind block too, man. Like, I don't know if I should go for, I actually should leave for it, but like, you know, I'm gonna leave for it every time. I'm dead ass stupid. Let's honestly do a no clip run. What am I doing? I got 22% on here. No clip run. Oh my god, wait, I'm stupid. Oh my god. Oh my god, what am I doing? Okay, and you gotta go through there. Okay, and this is the confused, and this is where I'm confused. Max is 9%. Alright, let's honestly do a practice run. I hope. Okay. Okay. Holy shit, that was actually a good run. Okay, good, good, good. You just gotta hold. Oh my god. Alright. Oh my god, I just... Fuck, man. No. No! Whoa! god, I'm popping those bubbles. There we go! Under 500 attempts! You know, bro, that's honestly impressive, bro. You gotta be really on the edge for that. No. Bro, what am I doing? I got 9 to 15. Actually 9 to like 20. So I gotta connect those runs together and do good. Okay, here we go. Okay, don't fuck it up. Fuck! Ah, I thought that was it. Okay, I'm just gonna. That's what I don't like. I gotta start. No. I should have went higher. You know, I need to be higher. Oh my god. Fuck man, fuck man, I'm selling. Fuck! No! No! What am I doing? No! How does that happen twice? Fuck, man! It happened twice! I could not sell! Oh my god. Come on, bro. No! At least we got past that. Ah, fuck, man, I've sold. Progress is being made, man. You can't be mad. You can't be mad about that. No! This is pretty fun, but like, when there's fun, there has to be an end to it. So I'm enjoying my progress I'm making until it becomes no more. How do you even make that jump again? I'm honestly stupid. I think when you hit that jump, you do a full press and then a light tap. I'm pretty sure, so. I gotta go closer, don't I? Yeah, it says I'm 140. No! I'm so bad! I finally made it, and I did that! Oh my god, this is just embarrassing, man. It's a pretty cool level, though. Fortunately, you won't see more of this side. No Sclips does a better job, but like of the drop. I put you under a spell. No! Oh my god, why the hell longer? Why? Why did I do that? Fuck! Ah! My God! Damn it, dude. I'm actually so stupid. I just need to get to 12% and that's it. Damn it, it's fucking wired. I want to have more space with my fingers. Wait, I'm gonna do that. Wait, I want to see if I can do that. Oh my god, I instantly sell. No, why am I so bad now? Okay, wait. Oh my god, I'm actually terrible right now. Dude! Oh my god, I can't get any runs though. I'm washed. Dude! Oh my god, I'm actually selling! And I just... Fuck, man! I'm so stupid! Like, I honestly get to that point and my brain turns off. Fucking hell! I'm fucking retarded! Like... I clicked! Where was it? Where's the button? What did I die to? Yo, I'm just getting so far just to get fucked in the ass so badly.
Stop saying things sound perfect. Saying a thing sounds perfect. The viewer has no idea what that means. You, as the viewer, have no idea if a perfect bass is really fast, really tight, really punchy, or if this person is just like, I don't know what I'm talking about, and this bass is actually like really muddy, it kind of rolls and it swallows up the mid-range. It sounds like a wet fart clapping through cheeks. You don't know because he's not telling you. Perfect is not a descriptor. I think you made a video that says literally nothing except this is the Kiwi Ears Quintet. It's $250 and I kind of like that. Also, really, really weird to toss the review into a video like this that said nothing. This is the second video of this person that I've done. I'm not trying to like dog on this person, but his videos keep coming up to me. Guys, tag me in videos that I need to react to. I'm trying to clean up audio file TikTok. I hope this helps. Drop a follow. Later. Oh man, it's this guy again.
Well, you paid $250 for these earbuds.
Maybe not those ones specifically, but I did pay $220 right off the 4 or 5s.
What you're seeing right now are something called IEM, and they're a product that producers around the world use because of their superior sound. Like, they legit sound 3 times as good as my AirPod Pros.
Come on, dude. What's 3 times better than your AirPod Pros? Say dumb shit. That's so nebulous and just like, that's a nothing statement.
For around the same price, the ones I'm reviewing today come with a mid and its own carrying case, with an assortment of different ear tones, so you can further customize the comfort and sound. The Kiwi Ears Quintet almost have a perfect tube thing, and it comes with this really high quality 8.8 meter cable.
Okay, but let me know what I said. Stop saying things sound perfect. Saying a thing sounds perfect. The viewer has no idea what that means. You, as the viewer, have no idea if a perfect bass is really fast, really tight, really punchy, or if this person is just like, I don't know what I'm talking about, and this bass is actually like really muddy, it kind of rolls and it swallows up the mid-range. It sounds like a wet fart clapping through cheeks. You don't know because he's not telling you. Perfect is not. Eventually, the clock hits 0, which of course means overtime. The next goal scored would put a team on match point, but the game is still being played on the oxygen side. At this rate, it's simply a matter of time before a mistake is made. A minute into it with 6 minutes of a goal. After a minute straight of offensive pressure, Gentlemen's finally get a breakthrough. When Seiko beats Joyo at the midfield, popping in center for his teammate Juicy, something is surely about to happen here. Gentlemen's patience had paid off, and they were about to cash in on the deadly shot on target. Generally speaking, this situation almost always results in a goal. But not this time. Archie somehow saw this coming a mile away and pre-flipped off the ball before Juicy even left the ground. Precision on his foot had to be
I'm so fucking stupid!
distance.
Ah! This is supposed to full ways! You're supposed to go boop, not boop, boop, boop. Go, don't go half, you go full.
The tables
You don't go full, you don't go like that, you go full. Fuck!
Let's move back to Archie's perspective here.
Oh yeah!
He just landed from his pre-flip less than a second ago. But as he turns to follow the ball in the corner, he's immediately sideswiped by Seiko, sending him out of control into the air. Taking a closer look, on contact, Seiko was actually just barely under supersonic speed, the minimum speed required for a demolition. But since close isn't enough, instead of us seeing a huge explosion here, this collision remains a high-speed bump, which normally would take Archie completely out of the play anyway. To be honest, he would be fortunate just to land comfortably, allowing himself to rotate out quicker. But in case you still haven't realized, this isn't a usual play. One way or another, Archie somehow keeps control over his car, recovers instantly, and delivers the perfect pass to Joyo at the midfield. Archie does get both to go back midfield. How was this even possible? Well, it turns out immediately after being bumped, Archie actually turned his car to the left, canceling his initial rotation and allowing himself to regain control just in time for the pass. From here, he holds power slide as to not lose momentum upon landing, jumps up, and actually orients his car in a way that convinces Seiko he's about to take a power shot. With Seiko turning to defend the net, and the ball now heading the complete opposite way, all that's left is for Joyo. Eventually, the clock hits 0, which of course means overtime. The next goal scored would put a team on match point, but the game is still being played on the oxygen side. At this rate, it's simply a matter of time before a mistake is made. After a minute straight of when Senko beats Joyo at the midfield, popping in center for his teammate Juicy, something is surely about to happen here. Gentleman's patience had paid.
God damn it, bro. Fucking past the first jump. Oh my god. Fuck me in the ass! I honestly should just fucking die right now. I should fucking die right now. Fuck. Stupid shit, where's the controller? Fuck you, bro. Like, honestly, how the fuck do I mess it up? Oh my god, it's so stupid! Fuck! What the fuck are you looking at, headset? You bitch! Like, does my thing just not work anymore? Like, oh my god. No, I'll fucking take it.
Customers like Jack, great experiences aren't built with the best gas. Debate! This sucks so much ass! I can't believe it, chat. I can't goddamn believe it. Look, it's easy. What?
This is Brendan Larkin, and he finally beat Kinos by buying up some more. Brendan Larkin Larkin is one of the most legendary Geometry Dash content creators of all time, having made content on the game for over 10 years. During his time creating content, he has also focused on beating hard levels such as Zodiac, Arctic Lights, and Comaretta, all while playing on controller. However, one level would take him longer than usual. Over 3 years ago, he would first start playing Keynotes, but due to other levels and losing interest in the game, he wouldn't record much progress. That is until just recently, when he would start grinding the level again and finally beat it after over 37,000 attempts on June 24th, 2025. This is Brandon Larkin, and he finally beat Keynotes by Bionox and more. Brandon Larkin is one of the most legendary Geometry Dash content creators of all time, having made content on the game for over 10 years. During his time creating content, he has also focused on beating hard levels such as Zodiac, Arctic Lights, and Comaretta, all while playing on controller. However, one level would take him longer than usual. Over 3 years ago, he would first start playing Keynotes, but due to other levels and losing interest in the game, he wouldn't record much progress. That is until just recently, when he would start grinding the level again and finally beat it after over 37,000 attempts on June 24th, 2025. This is Brandon Larkin, and he finally beat Keynotes by Bionox and more. Brandon Larkin is one of the most legendary Geometry Dash content content on the game for over 10 years. During his time creating content, he has also focused on beating hard levels such as Zodiac, Arctic Lights, and Comaretta, all while playing on controller. However, one level would take him longer than usual. Over 3 years ago, he would first start playing Keynotes, but due to other levels and losing interest in the game, he wouldn't record much progress. That is until just recently, when he would start grinding the level again and finally beat it up to over 37,000 attempts on June 24th, 2025. This is Brandon Larkin, and he finally beat Keynotes by Bionox and more. Brandon Larkin is one of the most legendary Geometry Dash content creators of all time, having made content on the game for over 10 years. During his time creating content, he has also focused on beating hard levels such as Zodiac, Arctic Lights, and Comaretta, all while playing on controller. However, one level would take him longer than usual. Over 3 years ago, he would first start playing Keynotes, but due to other levels and losing interest in the game, he wouldn't record much progress. That is until just recently, when he would start grinding the level again and finally beat it after over 37,000 attempts on June 24th, 2025. This is Brandon Larkin, and he finally beat Keynotes by Bionox and more. Brandon Larkin is one of the most legendary Geometry Dash content creators of all time, having made content on the game for over 10 years. During his time creating content, he has also focused on beating hard levels such as Zodiac, Arctic Lights, and Comaretta, all while playing on controller. However, one level would take him longer than usual. Over 3 years ago, he would first start playing Keynotes, but due to other levels and losing interest in the game, he wouldn't record much progress. That is until just recently, when he would start grinding the level again and finally beat it up to over Larkin, and he finally beat Keynotes by Bionox and more. Brandon Larkin is one of the most legendary Geometry Dash content creators of all time. On the game for over 10 years. During his time creating content, he has also focused on beating hard levels such as Zodiac, Arctic Lights, and Comaretta, all while playing on controller. However, one level would take
let's try to connect these rounds now.
He would first start playing Keynotes, but due to other levels and losing interest in the game,
Oh shit, my bad.
that is until just recently, when he would start grinding the level again and finally beat it after over 37,000 attempts on June 24th, 2025. This is Brandon Larkin, and he finally beat Keynotes by Bionox and more. Brandon Larkin is one of the most legendary Geometry Dash content creators of all time, having made content on the game for over 10 years. During his time creating content, he has also focused on beating hard levels such as Zodiac, Arctic Lights, and Comaretta, all while playing on controller. However, one level would take him longer than usual. Over 3 years ago, he would first start playing Keynotes, but due to other levels and losing interest in the game, he wouldn't record much progress. That is until just recently, when he would start grinding the level again and finally beat it after over 37,000 attempts on June 24th, 2025. This is Brandon Larkin, and he finally beat Keynotes by Bionox and more. Brandon Larkin is one of the most legendary Geometry Dash content creators of all time, having made content on the game for over 10 years. During his time creating content, he has also focused on beating hard levels such as Zodiac, Arctic Lights, and Comaretta, all while playing on controller. However, one level would take him longer than usual. Over 3 years ago, he would first start playing Keynotes, but due to other levels and losing interest in the game, he wouldn't record much progress. That is until just recently, when he would start grinding the level again and finally beat it up to over 37,000 attempts on June 24th, 2025. This is Brandon Larkin, and he finally beat Keynotes by Bionox and more. Brandon Larkin is one of the most legendary Geometry Dash content creators of all time, having made content on the game for over 10 years. During his time creating content, he has also focused on beating hard levels such as Zodiac, Arctic Lights, and Comaretta, all while playing on controller. However, one level would take him longer than usual. Over 3 years ago, he would first start playing Keynotes, but due to other levels 37,000 attempts on June 24th, 2025. This is Brandon Larkin, and he finally beat Kinos by Bionox and more. Brandon Larkin is one of the most legendary Geometry Dash content creators of all time, having made content on the game for over 10 years. During his time creating content, he has also focused on beating hard levels such as Zodiac, Arctic Lights, and Coaretta, all while playing on controller. However, one level would take him longer than usual. Over 3 years ago, when he first started playing Kinos, but due to other levels and losing interest in the game, he wouldn't record much progress. That is until just recently, when he could start grinding the level again and finally beat it up to over 37,000 attempts on June 24th, 2025. This is Brandon Larkin, and he finally beat Kinos by Bionox and more. Brandon Larkin is one of the most legendary Geometry Dash content creators of all time, having made content on the game for over 10 years.
What am I doing?
Creating content, he has also focused on beating hard levels such as Zodiac, Arctic Lights, and Coaretta, all while playing on controller. However, one level would take him longer than usual. Over 3 years ago, he would first start playing Kinos, but due to other levels and losing interest in the game, he wouldn't record much progress. That is until just recently, when he would start grinding the level again and finally beat it up to over 37,000 attempts on June 24th, 2025. This is Brandon Larkin, and he finally beat Kinos by Bionox and more. Brandon Larkin is one of the most legendary...
No. God. Damn it. Oh my God, wait. Oh, okay. Okay. Ah! Okay, we made it to 80. Okay. I'm making some runs. Okay. Let's go to 40. Oh shit. Wait, how do you do this? Wait. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, wait, I'm fucking retarded. Wait. Like that. Okay, wait. No! Ah! Alright, this is practice. Dude, no! No! What am I doing? No, this is just a warm up. Fuck, man! No! It happened again! Oh, this is painful! It's so painful, man! I'm gonna watch it. Oh, my bad.
What is the hardest retrospective top 1 in Geometry Dash? A retrospective top 1 is when a level that is top 1 difficulty gets verified, but it either never gets rated or is misplaced on the demon list. An example of this is the level Phobos, as it was seen as the second hardest level back in 1.9 just below Bloodbath. But after the demon list moderators verified the difficulty when Bloodbath and Phobos were in the top 40, Phobos was seen as the harder level, but Bloodbath kept the top 1 spot, making Phobos a retrospective top 1, and the hardest one was also misplaced on the demon list at the number 3 spot below the levels Abyss of Darkness and Slaughterhouse. And this level is Silent Club Step. What is the hardest retrospective top 1 in Geometry Dash? A retrospective top 1 is when a level that is top 1 difficulty gets verified, but it either never gets rated or is misplaced on the demon list. An example of this is the level Phobos, as it was seen as the second hardest level back in 1.9.
No!
But after the demon list moderators verified the difficulty when Bloodbath and Phobos were in the top 40, Phobos was seen as the harder level, but Bloodbath kept the top 1 spot, making Phobos a retrospective top 1, and the hardest one was also misplaced on the demon list at the number 3 spot below the levels Abyss of Darkness and Slaughterhouse. And this level is Silent Club Step. What is the hardest retrospective top 1 in Geometry Dash? A retrospective top 1 is when a level that is top 1 difficulty gets verified, but it either never gets rated or is misplaced on the demon list. An example of this is the level Phobos, as it was seen as the second hardest level back in 1.9 just below Bloodbath. But after the demon list moderators verified the difficulty when Bloodbath and Phobos were in the top 40, Phobos was seen as the harder level, but Bloodbath kept the top 1 spot, making Phobos a retrospective top 1, and the hardest one was also misplaced on the demon list at the number 3 spot below the levels Abyss of Darkness and Slaughterhouse. And this level is Silent Club Step. What is the hardest retrospective top 1 in Geometry Dash?
Damn it, dude!
It's when a level that is top 1 difficulty gets verified, but it either never gets rated or is misplaced on the demon list. An example of this is the level Phobos, as it was seen as the second hardest level back in 1.9 just below Bloodbath. But after the demon list moderators verified the difficulty when Bloodbath and Phobos were in the top 40, Phobos was seen as the harder level, but Bloodbath kept the top 1 spot, making Phobos a retrospective top 1, and the hardest one was also misplaced on the demon list at the number 3 spot below the levels Abyss of Darkness and Slaughterhouse. And this level is Silent Club Step. What is the hardest retrospective top 1 1 in Geometry Dash. A retrospective top 1 is when a level that is top 1 difficulty gets verified, but it either never gets rated or is misplaced on the demon list. An example of this is the level Phobos, as it was seen as the second hardest level back in 1.9, just below Bloodbath. But after the demon list moderators were verified the difficulty when Bloodbath and Phobos were in the top 40, Phobos was seen as the harder level, and Bloodbath kept the top 1 spot, making Phobos a retrospective top 1, and the hardest one was also misplaced on the demon list at the number 3 spot below the levels Abyss of Darkness and Slaughterhouse. And this level is Silent Club Step. What is the hardest retrospective top 1 in Geometry Dash? A retrospective top 1 is when a level that is top 1 difficulty gets verified, but it
Okay. I understand it now.
as it was seen as the second hardest level back in 1.9, just below Bloodbath. But after the demon list moderators were verified the difficulty when Bloodbath and Phobos were in the top 40, Phobos was seen as the harder level of
Guys, they just captured the 9th guy out of all 10 of them who escaped the jail. If you don't remember, around a month and a half ago, there was a massive jailbreak, like one of the biggest we've seen in a long time out of New Orleans jail. And they escaped by ripping this toilet out of the wall and then wrote too easy, LOL. But most of them got captured pretty much right after. Except for these 2 guys who were on the run for over a month, and one of them finally got caught. I'm not gonna lie, I would have expected this guy to get caught first, considering how noticeable his face is. Anyways, the last man standing is this guy, Derek Groves, and if he's smart, he's a transgender woman working as a cashier in Puerto Rico by now. Guys, they just captured the 9th guy out of all 10 of them who escaped the jail. If you don't remember, around a month and a half ago, there was a massive jailbreak, like one of the biggest we've seen in a long time out of New Orleans jail. And they escaped by ripping the toilet out of the wall and then wrote too easy, LOL. But most of them got captured pretty much right after. Except for these 2 guys who were on the run for over a month, and one of them finally got caught. I'm not gonna lie, I would have expected this guy to get caught first, considering how noticeable his face is. Anyways, the last man standing is this guy, Derek Groves, and if he's smart, he's a transgender woman working as a cashier in Puerto Rico by now. Guys, they just captured the 9th guy out of all 10 of them who escaped the jail. If you don't remember, around a month and a half ago, there was a massive jailbreak, like one of the biggest we've seen in a long time out of New Orleans jail. And they escaped by ripping this toilet out of the wall and then wrote too easy, LOL. But most of them got captured pretty much right after. Except for these 2 guys who were on the run for over a month, and one of them finally got caught. I'm not gonna lie, I would have expected this guy to get caught first, considering how noticeable his face is. Anyways, the last man standing is this guy, Derek Groves, and if he's smart, he's a transgender woman working as a cashier in Puerto Rico by now. Guys, they just captured the 9th guy out of all 10 of them who escaped the jail. If you don't remember, around a month and a half ago, there was a massive jailbreak, like one of the biggest we've seen in a long time out of New Orleans jail. And they escaped by ripping this toilet out of the wall and then wrote too easy, LOL. But most of them got captured pretty much right after. Except for these 2 guys who were on the run for over a month, and one of them finally got caught. I'm not gonna lie, I would have expected this guy to get caught first, considering how noticeable his face is. Anyways, the last man standing is this guy, Derek Groves, and if he's smart, he's a transgender woman working as a cashier in Puerto Rico by now. Guys, they just captured the 9th guy out of all 10 of them who escaped the jail. If you don't remember, around a month and a half ago, there was a massive jailbreak, like one of the biggest we've seen in a long time out of New Orleans jail. And they escaped by ripping this toilet out of the wall and then wrote too easy, LOL. But most of them got captured pretty much right after. Except for these 2 guys who were on the run for over a month, and one of them finally got caught. I'm not gonna lie.
Jump before I connected the runs!
Anyways, the last man standing is this guy, Derek Groves, and if he's smart...
My mom was the greatest cook ever. Because she cooked a lot of your meals for you. She cooked all of my meals. And it was like, the food was so good, it was like I wasn't even on a diet. You know, I'm putting barbecue sauce on ketchup, you know, on my fries. But think those were actually French fries. What I did was bought a crinkle cutter, cut them up with that crinkle cutter, sprayed a little pan on the bottom of the tray, and then I'll spray the top. Give it that brown light. Put it in the oven, let it cook for about 45 minutes. Golden brown and crispy. They look just like French fries. Right. And everybody thought I was eating French fries, but I was just eating cut up potatoes with a crinkle cutter made to look like French fries. You know, and it's kind of like a psychological thing too. My mom was the greatest cook ever. Because she cooked a lot of your meals for you. She cooked all of my meals for me, and it was like the food was so good. It was like I wasn't even on a diet. You know, I'm putting barbecue sauce on ketchup, you know, on fries. But think those were actually French fries. What I did was bought a crinkle cutter, cut them up with that crinkle cutter, sprayed a little pan on the bottom of the tray, and then French fries. Right. And everybody thought I was eating French fries, but I was just eating cut up potatoes with a crinkle cutter made to look like French fries. You know, and it's kind of a psychological thing too. My mom was the greatest cook ever. Cause she cooked a lot of your meals for you. Cooked all of my meals for me, and it was like the food was so good. It was like I wasn't even on a diet. You know, I'm putting barbecue sauce on ketchup, you know, fried. People think those were actually French fries. What I did was bought a crinkle cutter, cut them up with that crinkle cutter, sprayed a little pan on the bottom of the tray, and then I would spray the top to give it that brown. Right. Put it in the oven, let it cook for about 45 minutes. It was golden brown and crispy. They look just like French fries. Right. And everybody thought I was eating French fries, but I was just eating cut up potatoes with a crinkle cutter made to look like French fries. You know, and it's my mom was the greatest cook ever. Cause she cooked a lot of your meals for you. Cooked all of my meals for me, and it was like the food was so good. It was like I wasn't even on a diet.
Damn it, bro. The lucky 777, dude. Didn't save me. Stop! No! You know, I'm just very unlucky, man. I'm just the unluckiest guy ever, man. I am... No. Dude, like, does it not press or not, bro? Like, I'm pressing it! I got my RGB back, Again, it's this stupid. Oh my god. What is happening? Like, how do you do that, man? That's what I have to do. I'm using mouse, man. Fuck, man. No, man! No!
Remember the time Eminem made a commercial for a drink company?
I get asked to do commercials all the time, and I always say the same thing. First, I need some hot chicks. Second, we film at my house, so I ain't gotta go anywhere. Third, I record my own song. Yo, bring it. Cool, refreshing, nice tea, drink it. And once I try their products, I always hate them, so I bounce. Damn, that is pretty good. But I got one final demand.
No, we can't change the name to Eminem. Shut up and drink it. Ice!
See? That's why I don't do commercials.
Remember the time?
Most of you never eat raw chocolate, and that's because if you did, you probably never eat chocolate again. Raw chocolate actually grows in a cacao tree, and it grows inside of these weird-looking pods. Each cacao pod holds about 30 to 50 beans, but it takes about 400 of those beans to make a pound of chocolate. These beans are really crunchy, but they're also really bitter. So to process them, they have to be dried in the sun and roasted in a hot fire. The Aztecs would mix it with chili or even cornmeal, but when cacao was brought to Europe, it was mixed with sugar, cinnamon, and even milk, and only the elites were allowed to drink cacao. Was considered the food of the gods. That's why the scientific name, Theobroma cacao, translates to God food, which is pretty insane. Most of you have never eaten raw chocolate, and that's because if you did, you probably never eat chocolate again. Raw chocolate actually grows in a cacao tree, and it grows inside of these weird-looking pods. Each cacao pod holds about 30 to 50 beans, but it takes about 400 of those beans to make a pound of chocolate. These beans are really crunchy, but they're also really bitter. So to process them, they have to be dried in the sun and roasted in a hot fire. The Aztecs would mix it with chili or even cornmeal, but when cacao was brought to Europe, it was mixed with sugar, cinnamon, and even milk, and only the elites were allowed to drink. Cacao was considered the food of the gods. That's why the scientific name, Theobroma cacao, translates to God food, which is pretty insane. Most of you have never eaten raw chocolate, and that's because if you did, you probably never eat chocolate again. Raw chocolate actually grows in a cacao tree, and it grows inside of these weird-looking pods. Each cacao pod holds about 30 to 50 beans, but it takes about 400 of those beans to make a pound of chocolate. These beans are really crunchy, but they're also really bitter. So to process them, they have to be dried in the sun and roasted in a hot fire.
Fuck, man!
Or even cornmeal. And when cacao was brought to Europe, it was mixed with sugar, cinnamon, and even milk, and only the elites were allowed to drink. Cacao was considered the food of the gods. That's why the scientific name, Theobroma cacao, translates to God food, which is pretty insane. Most of you have never eaten raw.
best run, man. No way! No! Why do I do that all the time, bro? I just go like that into a fucking jump that's this long. That's across the screen! Oh my god!
Get that out of here, bro. God, like,
For the glory of sports, be ready with
I'm tired of this shit, man.
Like, why is it?
Why can't you just fucking be normal for once, man?
Because he deleted his response video to me. Let's recap. Let's get everyone up to speed here because this is so unemployed. If you actually know what's happening here, thank you for watching, but also maybe spend some time with your dog or family members or with your man. I don't know. Anyway, so I made this video that Lex keeps embarrassing himself 12 days ago where I watched a video documenting the downfall of this guy who has 10 million TikTok followers for reading tweets and overreacting to things that aren't that funny. basically said, "Hey, I'm having you on my podcast. Now can you have me on your OnlyFans, where I basically, deliver that bit intellect, that DIH." And everybody clowned him for that because he threatened to sue the woman who made the text public, where he essentially said that I'm doing you this favor, I want something in exchange, and it's in between your legs. And so I
yeah, sure.
all that, and he actually responded, as you can see with the video. Ventellect just responded to me. He used this lovely AI art thumbnail. People look at this and they don't think AI art is real art. How could they? In this video, I responded to Ventellect because he literally decided, because of this video, to make a YouTube short / TikTok where he roasted me. He roasted me, okay? He got me where it hurt. He said I look like Kermit the Frog. He said that I look like people don't like me or something like that. And this is all, of course, because I said that people say I look like him. Because we get... Please ignore ASMR, 3 hours of cranial nerve exam for sleep, by the way. I just noticed that there. Please ignore that, okay? Maybe that's a sign. Maybe I should go to sleep. Anyway, embarrassing. Ventellect is deciding to say, I never give gas money, or for example, I have the dirty shoes. He's 35 saying, dirty shoes. Bro. This guy is like one step above saying, like, TSPMO ICL, or just some absolutely new gen brain rot. And so, the reason we're here is because after this roast video that he did of me, which was so bad, which we should just rewatch this, just to really relive the flames that he produced. Bro is a commentary clown, because I'm a commentary clown, and you can see the video was received really well by his audience. Wow, 20%, like...
No. Holy shit! Oh my god! That's actually... I don't know how I did that. Oh my god, that was a... I thought I was gonna fluke it to 40. Oh my god. Impressive. Oh my god, amazing, amazing run. No, I just need to do that. Again? Bro, I keep dying there. No. No, I actually make it. Why can I not hit those fucking 2 jumps there?
Introduces the Phantom slowly throughout the night to make you play the game more carefully and strategically. Springtrap, of course, gets harder to deal with each night of the game as well. FNAF 4, once again, follows the basic boiled-down formula for a FNAF game. Sure, it's a little different from the 3 prior games in its presentation and style of gameplay loop, but at the end of the day, it's still a series of nights that follow the exact same gameplay loop that adds or adjusts threats as the game progresses. You may be thinking after all this, of course Scott would want to try something different after 4 games in a row following the same core gameplay philosophies. And you're not wrong. He decided to make a game called FNAF World. This game, while maybe not being super relevant to the conversation at hand just yet, is still an important turning point in the series to bring up. Since this game is an RPG and not a typical FNAF game, there was bound to be a whole lot more writing and a direct story compared to the previous entries. Which is true. However, it's the way the game was written that's really important here. A majority of the writing in FNAF World is very self-aware and full of jokes. This, of course, works fine for an RPG spin-off that isn't trying to take itself very seriously. But just keep that in the back of your head as we continue forward in this video. One pixelated death and a Halloween update later, and we've finally reached Sister Location on our timeline. Now, this game is very different from the other mainline FNAF games that came before it, opting to be a point-and-click style game with mini-games spliced here and there. Sister Location completely throws away the core FNAF gameplay loop that we were just talking about, which in theory could work if the game was still fun. So, does Sister Location do a good job moving the FNAF series forward by removing the gameplay that made it so interesting in the first place? Dude, just read the title. We're gonna be here for a long time. Hey, I think it's about time we check back with our shaky vent. Surely something has come to jump scare us after all this time waiting and doing absolutely nothing when there is a very clear and active threat being presented in this situation. Surely this entire section isn't designed to just catch the player off guard only the first time they play the game. Oh wait, it is? Damn, okay, wow, oh shit. What's gonna happen? Oh no! I hear noises! Ah! I'm gonna die! What? No, I am actively not playing the game and there is noises happening that are bad. I'm gonna die. Kill me!
Kill him.
Hello? Oh, I think I gave up. Sister Location, Sister Location, Sister Location. Where do I even begin with you? I have never had more to say about a game in my life. Surprisingly, I do have some positive things to say about it, which may come as a surprise to you after that entire intro section. But don't get it twisted. For every positive thing I have to say about this game, there's about 10 negative things bouncing around in a harmless shaky vent, just waiting to be blurted out. And yes, that whole shaky vent section was a bit of a joke, but it does help illustrate one of my biggest issues with this game. This is by far the least replayable game in the entire series. Every FNAF game before this encouraged a ton of replayability, whether it be through the inclusion of a custom night to mess around with the game's core mechanics on harder difficulties, or extra challenge modes, such as those found in the FNAF 4 Halloween update. Even FNAF World has a million different endings and secrets to find that would maybe encourage the player to go through it a couple times to find everything there is to offer. Also, with the extremely large number of animatronics you can use in your party in that game, just the ability to use a different team each time encourages replayability. Sister Location, aside from its own custom night mode, which we will get to much later, lacks any replayability in a series pretty much famous for it. Not only can you not replay any of its minigames on their own for some reason, but the game is absolutely littered with scripted events that become more and more obnoxious the more you play the game. The shaky vent Vent, for example, would have been a really easy section to turn into actual gameplay, rather than a scripted event. You're trapped in this tiny vent, trying to get out, and all of a sudden, you're a bunch of loud noises and the vent begins to shake. In the actual game, this is just a cheap scare that adds nothing to the overall game rhythm. But if the gameplay was put first here, there could have been something really similar to the tiny vent music meant from Sister Location insists on treating itself like some kind of free roam game. You have to use WASD for pretty much every single movement action, including pressing W to go forward in the vent. It's fine to set up a game like this, but at least utilize the fake free roam in interesting ways. For example, instead of this stupid vent section being just for spooks and not actually dangerous in any way, give the player the ability to turn around in the vent to look behind them. Turn this boring, pointless vent section into a minigame where you need to turn around every time the shaking happens to scare away the biddy-babs, making the ruckus at the end of the vent. It doesn't even need to be a very long gameplay section, but it at the very least adds more gameplay to the game overall. It makes it less of a snooze fest on repeat playthroughs. Instead of, oh boy, time to go through this stupid vent again and hear the scary noises, it turns into, oh boy, time to play this part of the game again in this video game that I enjoy and respect. Yes, I am that petty. I will talk about a 10-second section of this game that nobody has ever thought of in probably literal years. Anyway, the game is literally full of shit like this. I'll go into more detail on each one as we get to them, but I just wanted to give you a little taste of what's to come. First though, we need to talk about something that doesn't even have to do with the game itself, really. We gotta talk about the box art. Well, okay, it's hard to call it box art when it's really just the cover for the digital game, but you know what I mean. Let's take a look at the box arts for every FNAF game up until this point. Except for FNAF World, because literally, who cares? FNAF 1, Freddy Fazbear is front and center. Makes sense, it's the first game, and he's literally the namesake of the series. FNAF 2, Withered Freddy. Once again, makes sense. It looks a lot better than if Toy Freddy was on the cover. Sorry, Smike. FNAF 3, Springtrap. This makes sense. While not the namesake of the series, he's the only real animatronic in said game, and is the main antagonist of it. It would be pretty weird if this game, all about Springtrap and his story and lore, had a picture of Phantom Freddy on the cover, right? That would take away from the importance of Springtrap in this game. Okay, so clearly Scott is not above using different characters in the box arts if said character is extremely prominent in the game. Good to know. FNAF 4, Nightmare Freddy. You could argue that Nightmare Fredbear would be more fitting here, but he's supposed to be a surprise in the game, since his design was never fully revealed before the launch of FNAF 4. Using Nightmare Freddy here makes a lot of sense. Okay, so now we're at Sister Location. You'd think that Circus Baby would be front and center here, right? They guide you through the entire game. Their design isn't a secret, as it was shown extensively in teasers and the trailer alongside the literal intro and literal title screen of the game. Okay, so let's see it. What's the box art for a Sister Location? Fun Time Freddy. Fun Time Freddy. A character who is, yes, in the game, and yes, has a lot of screen time, but isn't that important overall to Sister Location, and is clearly taking the spotlight away from a much more obvious candidate. Wow, what a stupid point. Why would you even bring this up? Oh yeah, or even trying here, blah blah blah. One, clearly Click Team and Scott thought this was important as well, because guess who's on the box art of the console ports of Sister Location? That's right, motherfucking Circus Baby. And two, I'm using this kind of funny note about the game to segue into a much bigger point. That being that Circus Baby is heavily underutilized in their own star game. This is the Circus Baby game. So tell me why the only render of her in any of the actual gameplay is her lifelessly sitting on a fucking conveyor belt in one of the worst sections of the entire game, which, trust me, we will get to later. For a game that focuses so much on Circus Baby and has so much of her talking and building a bond with the player, there sure is a major lack of her physically being there. Ever. Even if all her renders were kept in heavy shadows, it would at least be better than literally almost never seeing her at all. You never see her behind the glass here. She never jump scares the player once in the entire game, despite essentially being the main antagonist. And no, Enter does not count. I'm talking about Vanilla Circus Baby. And she isn't even included in the obviously not canon custom mode for literally no reason whatsoever. What is the point of ignoring her so much? If Scott wanted to create this character that never shows up and just guides the player around, that's fine. But there are so many sections in this game that would be visually enhanced by a sliver of Circus Baby physically being there. For example, when the lights go out in this one section and she starts talking to you, would it not have been sick as hell if her face lit up behind the glass in the darkness, FNAF 1 Freddy style? Or, once again, bringing it back to this awful conveyor belt section. Why the hell doesn't she jump scare the player here for messing up the code, instead of maskless Ennard doing it? Having her spring to life and jump scare the player from a lifeless position would have been an insanely cool visual. And don't use the, oh, she's still trying to trick the player at this point in the game, she wouldn't hurt you, oh, Steffi's baby would never hurt you excuse, assuming that the player character dies here regardless. I would rather it be my baby turning on you than maskless Ennard popping up when they show up yet again in the section directly following this one. I will not take story reasons as an excuse for lackluster gameplay or missed potential, since the story literally could have just been tweaked to include these extremely weird omissions. Here, I'll tweak the story right now to make this baby section better. Have it so messing up the passcode canonically puts baby into some kind of attack mode, and she jump scares the player out of her own control. Boom! I just made this section slightly cooler, and the story is literally the exact same, just with one new detail added that never has to be brought up ever again. What really stings, though, is that Circus Baby did eventually get a jump scare in the Scott FNAF game when UCN came out. But if you know anything about that game, you probably know that pretty much every single jump scare sucks complete ass. And Baby's is no exception. The jump scares in Bay's sister location are genuinely some of the best in the entire series. The idea of the animatronics having faceplates that open up to reveal creepy-looking endoskeletons is incredibly creative, and easily one of the best things about the entire game. In fact, I'm gonna rank every jump scare in the game right now. Biddy Bab. Not as interesting as some of the other jump scares in this game, but I like the tiny faceplates. 6 out of 10. Ballora. Her endoskeleton looked fucking terrified, and the fact it happens from pure darkness gives it bonus points. 8 out of 10. Funtime Freddy. Pretty good, but not as good as Ballora. 7 out of 10. Funtime Foxy. I shit bricks every time I see this. 10 out of 10. Holy shit! Yeah, I didn't fucking expect that, Bonbon. On its own, it's okay. But the PNG texture of a flashlight blocking out most of it brings it down a few pegs. 5 out of 10. Mini Rita. Ew, but 7 out of 10. Maskless Ennard. It's okay, but the lack of any super fast moving parts like the fun times hurts this one. 7 out of 10. Ennard. You could have told me this was a UCN jump scare and I would have believed you. 2 out of 10. In fact, I'm not done talking about this jump scare, because it is genuinely one of the most odd decisions from a visual perspective in this entire game. From multiple renders, we know that Ennard's mask can open up similar to the Funtime animatronics. This opening of the faceplates is what makes these jump scares so effective in my opinion, and the customized jump scares that lack them are significantly worse because of it. So why was Ennard given the ability to open at least a part of their mask just to never use it in any of the jump scare animations, when it would have made them significantly better? This is probably the jump scare you will see the most in the entire game as well, so having it be the literal weakest one is a major oversight. At least Scott added multiple variations of the Ennard jump scare depending on the circumstances you die in, but they're all pretty much equally shit. Anyway, back to Circus Baby's UCN jump scare. This being her only 2D jump scare in the entire series is such a shame, and it really just makes her not having one in the game sting even more. Yeah, I know she has one in FNAF VR as well, but it looks pretty garbage. Her faceplates barely move. TLDR, Baby got screwed over in her own game, and that sucks. Am I done with the introduction segment yet? Can I talk about the entire game from start to finish now? No. Story? What do you mean I have to complain about the story? When have I ever talked about story in depth in a FNAF game before? If only I knew someone who actually cared about the FNAF story in the slightest, who could complain about the story for me while I sit back and eat sister location brand popcorn. Okay, buddy, wow, okay, yeah, you can do it,
Yes, I did!
Despite being the game with quite possibly the heaviest focus on storytelling in the entire series,
I did it!
Sister Location always felt like it didn't fit in narratively. It introduced concepts and environments that were so over the top that it completely spoiled my immersion with the world that Scott built in the previous 4 titles. You see, despite introducing many unrealistic ideas, the FNAF series was one which felt grounded enough in reality to be immersive. FNAF 1, for example, while featuring a premise which could never happen in real life, presented a real enough setting and story that one could suspend their disbelief while playing it. The same applies to the other 3 games which came after. FNAF 2, while being much bigger and more chaotic, kept to the dingy pizzeria style of the original game that we expected. FNAF 3, while introducing an extremely over-the-top concept like spring-lock suits, did so in a way that felt grounded in what the technology of the series was capable of. 4, of course, was a big departure, but it felt grounded due to the nature of the game being set in a dream and being in a very personal environment like a house. When we look at Sister Location, though, this game completely jumped the shark with what the technology in the FNAF universe was capable of. The environments and animatronics in this game are far more advanced than anything we'd seen before, and while they both end up looking really cool, they completely break the ability to suspend your disbelief. The other big problem this poses comes into play with
And it's just a cigarette.
we're supposed to pin this game's story somewhere in the pre-established timeline. There have been arguments for years about when Sister Location is supposed to take place, and the big problem with these arguments is that no answer makes sense with what we know from previous titles. If Sister Location were to take place before FNAF 2 or even 4, then that would mean not only was William Afton building murder robots before the missing children's incident, but that extremely advanced robots like Circus Baby alongside the original FNAF 1 crew of animatronics. If we're to try to pin this game as happening in the future, there would only be a couple of places it could possibly fit in. It would have to take place after the closure of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, but it would also have to take place before the events of FNAF 3, since William Afton was the one who built these robots. That would most likely leave Sister Location as happening sometime in either the late 90s or early 2000s, which still doesn't add up with what we know was possible at that time in universe. Now, trying to peg this game somewhere in the timeline aside, let's take a look at what this game individually brought to the series. In my opinion, the ideas and lore that Sister Location brought to the table permanently changed the FNAF universe in a negative way. The heavy sci-fi approach led to many concepts which become staples in later entries, as well as being retconned to exist in previous ones, causing the series to spiral in a much more ridiculous direction. The prime example of these concepts I'm talking about being Remnant. Giving an explanation to the paranormal in a way that boils down to a science, to me, completely kills the eeriness and mystery behind the possessions, which made the series interesting in the first place. What went from a simple story of ghosts and hauntings turned into a sci-fi narrative about giant scoopers making these things possessed, and a mad scientist trying to harness it for immortality. And the way we see this concept explored led to one of the most ridiculous moments in the entire series, where we see a rotten corpse possess its own dead body because of Remnant. I know that there are a lot of Michael Afton fans, but this is a piece of lore I could just never understand. By making this happen, it kinda just kills the point of possession to me entirely. Now, moving on from Remnant, there is one more thing I'd like to discuss that Sister Location added and changed, that being its portrayal of William Afton. Now, this may be a bit of a hot take, but I feel this game was the beginning of William Afton's downfall as a character. To me, what made him work in the previous 4 titles was how grounded he was in reality and mystery. All we knew about him was that he was a child murderer in some small town who eventually died himself. This was a much more simple version of the character, but one that worked because he felt like he could exist in real life. However, when Sister Location released, we saw this character shift from his original idea into that of a mad scientist, building robots that defy any form of reality and using them to research Remnant to become immortal. It was such a massive departure from the original character we knew, and I felt like like it was such a massive jump that it completely killed any creepiness he once had. I'm not against giving the character a name or personality, but completely changing what he does in the story like this makes him feel like a completely different character altogether. And this massive change would spark his continuous downfall in the series to me, with him being depicted like this PvP simulator, and then becoming even more cartoonish with his portrayal in Help Wanted, and then Security Breach. Giving an explanation to a mystery or character isn't the problem here. It's the way Scott went about it and what he chose to explain. William Afton is a character that was explored in a way that never felt intended with how he was originally written. And Remnant is a concept that nobody asked to be explained at all. Both of these poor explanations were given to us in a game which departs so far from the series that it just doesn't fit no matter where you try to pin it in the timeline as a whole, making this game almost feel like it's supposed to be there. I feel like Sister Location would have benefited the most from just being its own unique story that has nothing to do with FNAF, because as it is, it feels...
Raymond. Alright. There, we got food. You know, you can't go wrong with food. God damn it. fuck it up so bad.
It's very alien from the rest of the series. Those are just my thoughts, though. If you disagree, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this game and the way it's presented. I always love to see different perspectives on storylines like this one, especially in a community with such different opinions on the FNAF franchise. Anyway, though, I think it's time I stop my rambling and give the spotlight back to Yes. Goodbye for now.
Okay, there. Now you can't complain about me not talking about the story. Well, actually, you can technically still do that since I didn't actually talk about it myself. But you probably look stupid doing. Also, by the way, please go check out Astra's upcoming analog horror series. The link will be in the description. Okay, thanks, bye-bye. Now that I've covered a couple of my miscellaneous points about Sister Location, and I've laid the groundwork for a couple of my bigger points later in the video, it's time to go through this entire game from start to finish. I'm going to talk about every single night, every single minigame, every single ending, and every single little thing that makes me think this is the worst of the Scott Thompson FNAF era. I hope you're ready, because we're really only scratching the surface right now. By the end of this, you'll probably either want to punch me straight in the face, or you'll come to the dark side and fully understand why this game has not held up very well over the years. At the end of the day, I don't really care. As long as you hear me out and give me a chance to explain this whole mess. Let's get into it. Sister Location is probably the best YouTuber game out of the entire series. I say probably because it's hard to beat FNAF 1 in that regard. But just looking at it from a basic level, it has a lot more moving parts to keep the viewer engaged. The gameplay changes each and every night, so the viewer doesn't have to keep watching the same loop over and over again. It is very, very story heavy, so you can watch it almost like a movie. And watching a YouTuber play it, you get to see the reactions to all the scripted events for the first time. I fully understand that a large portion of the fan base has never actually played any of the FNAF games, and even a smaller portion has probably ever even played Sister Location. So, just as a guess, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people who love this game have never actually played it, and have just watched someone else play it. From that perspective, I can totally see why someone would love this game, or even have it as their favorite. Hell, if you're really only into FNAF for the story, this is the most story-heavy game. So it also has that going for it. But coming from the perspective of someone who has very little nostalgia for this game, has played it multiple times over, and has spent literal hours and hours thinking about it, talking to people about it for this video, I have to say, the more we think about it all, the more cracks begin to appear in the foundation of this game, the more stupid design.
Consciously crafted organic yogurt. Organic. Little kid makes a lot of good.
Voices start to rear their ugly head. The more insane parts of this game begin to look even more insane than they did before. Trust me, this video is not being made unopinion or with very little thought put into it. I have thought about Sister Location non-stop pretty much all month in preparation for this video. So, try to put any thoughts on the Sister Location you already have set in stone aside, especially if you haven't played it before, and allow me to explain everything. This is a limit for a place of no hatred. I'm going to be as fair as possible to this game, even if I dislike it a lot. I've already given props to the jump scares, and that isn't where my praise for Sister Location ends. Keep that in mind as we go forward. But without further delay, let's dive straight into
Ah! Fuck, man. Oh, fuck it. We're playing No Escapes. Oh, I like this song right here. This song right here.
Oh my god, wait. I almost did it. Almost made it through. Oh my god, what? Oh, that would have been smoothly in there. Okay, watch this. Okay, I gotta hold right. Okay, never mind, I don't.
Oh. Oh! Ah! Okay. Okay, I'm getting off this app. Oh my god. It's just Shardscapes. Just play some Accu.
Look at the valedictorian, scared of the morning, 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 morning. Look at the valedictorian, morning. Look at the morning. Look at the valedictorian, scared of the future while I hop in the morning. Look at the valedictorian. future while I hop in the morning. Look at the valedictorians. Morning, 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 morning. Look at the valedictorians. Scared of the future while I hop in the morning. Look at the valedictorians. Scared of the future while I hop in the DeLorean. Scared to face the world, complacent career student. Some people graduate, but we still stupid. They tell you read this, eat. Morning, 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 morning,